Okay, is the stream working? Okay, no, yeah, my thing was just lagging behind a bit. This should be working though. Okay. With that delayed start out of the way, let's get back to this guy. I've been trying to get some other stuff done for a little bit, but really want to come back and fix this guy. Yeah, hey Technic, hey Juggernaut. Is this Minecraft music? It is. I spent the first few minutes looking at a creator safe thing for from Minecraft themselves, but it has so many like remixes and fucking and like new shit that it was just like, this is not worth it. There's hundreds of songs here and I hate like half of it. So we've just gone to the C418 list because C418 is all the best Minecraft music anyway. But yeah, back to this guy. I think where we were at, man, actually, okay, coming back, I forgot how much I enjoyed painting this guy. Like, the look on his claws and shit, like, I really like how the claws have turned out. They're so, like, they're one of the more subtle parts that I actually really like. Minecraft the GOAT. Yes, although modern Minecraft is a bit yikes. It's fine, but I feel like at least modern Minecraft management has been shit for a while. What paint is the red? Trying to remember. I believe the way that we did the red, well, I think this is our good friend Carroburg Crimson on top of a bone base layer, with a gloss varnish over it. I believe that's what it is. Minecraft old sounds are so insanely nostalgic. I'm not familiar with this one. What is this one? Droopy likes your face. When was this released? It's got 27 million on it. Credits. Produced, written by, no. I want to know when this one came out because I don't recognize this one. Okay, hang on. Slight detour. This is the C418 playlist, but I don't know this one. One sec. I need to find this out. C418. This has got to be after old Minecraft for sure. Only appears on Minecraft Volume Alpha. Release 2010. Never mind. Okay. Okay, guess I've just never heard this one. Although, what does Minecraft Volume Alpha refer to? Because that might be why I don't know it. Oh, okay, it's purely part of the soundtrack. That makes sense. How's your bug? Yeah, pretty good. We're going well with the bug. So I think all that we really had left to do on this guy, where we'd left off, was I was planning on loading up a psychic scream in the vents on his back, and the fleshy tubes. And so we were gonna have it shift through a few different colors as it travels up the back. And then down these tubes on the side of his throat, and then maybe get a bit of a glow in the back of his mouth. and then also change his eyes to a different color. I think that was all that was left for this guy. And then we'll either work on his base, or we'll start on the Tyrannifex. And I think maybe we just ignore the details on the tail penis, and don't try to paint it, because otherwise it will make it more noticeable. Either that, or we can try paint that as a bone spike. But I'm scared that if I paint that as a bone spike, it'll become very noticeable, because it's got that ridge around it for some reason. I feel like if they didn't put this ridge around around it, it wouldn't look as much like a dick. But they couldn't resist. Anyway, for the Psychic Scream, do I have him immediately available? No, okay, I'm gonna grab the Neuro Tyrant, because I want to use his brain as a reference for the colors that we want to use for his Scream, so to keep it consistent where we can. So one sec. Okay. So this guy is our reference for the colors for the psychic shit. So what color should we start at? I think we want to start at our purples and work towards the really bright blues for critical mass. So, we'll start with the... Oh, yeah, so, because what we're going to do is we're going to have the, it's going to be charging up out of the, out of these flesh vents on the side as well. So, essentially, there's going to be 3 different gradients. It's going to need to be, I think, a deep purple working towards a lighter purple, and then a lighter purple working towards a... Oh, hang on, because how are we going to do this? Because it needs to end up... I want to get some of the pinks showing through as well, because we have a little bit of... is it bright pink, or... Because we're going to need to find a way to get from pink to blue. Maybe we just use the pink for the glow around all of it. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Both his head and his tail are very phallic. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the head. I didn't like the head until I painted it, and now I really like the head. He's goofy as hell. What we'll do in any case is we can start painting the flesh vents, like, because we need a base layer of the flesh vents before we do anything. So let's just get our little brushes. That'll be probably all we need. Man, okay, my Ushabti bone has completely sealed itself shut. That should be plenty of bone to work with. Okay. Hello people, hey Silver. You got a gross rhino in Discord? Uh-oh. Oh wow, okay, this is it streaking grum you used for that? Looks really good. I am very scared of what the fleshy bits are going to end up looking like. Really like the way the moss and the lichen is looking on there. Very cool. I feel like painting Nurgle gives you, like, it ends up like using a lot of techniques that a lot of people won't end up learning for like a long time. Like, I feel like those is it some kind of oil wash or something you use to get that to do the moss and lichen like that, like heavy streaking grime and then wipe it back with white spirits? I think I didn't thin this down enough. Just gonna actually go just a clean brush there and just thin this into it. Actually made a war dog. I did see you posted a photo of a war dog, Mac. I'm proud of you. We've successfully captured you. Converted to the night side. And I saw you said you were hoping to make it into a Hellbrute, but you can still use it as a in your Emperor's Children army as a Night War Dog and just paint it the same scheme as your Emperor's Children, because all knights have a rule that lets you run them as allies for either Imperial or Chaos armies. So even though he won't fit in directly as a Hellbrute, he can still be a Night War Dog in your army anyway. No, it's gay. Aren't you gay? Emperor's Children don't have Hellbrutes? Oh. Well, I mean... What was the plan? You did that with just brown and yellow wash with orange water paint, or orange paint or water-based acrylics. Oh wow, okay. Got some very nice organic distribution with it. Yeah, I assumed that the only way that people could like reliably get that sort of distribution of paint was through use of oil paints. Let it dry and then wipe it back with a bit of paper towel or something that's been wet with white spirits. That's really cool. Because the gradients are so smooth. Just like the transitions from relatively clean armor panels to the the really mossy parts. Do we think we want to do the these little divots in the glow as well, or just leave them as is? I think maybe we just leave the little divots as is, because I quite like how dark they look. Gonna do some cooking, give you back later. Righto. I will be here. Oh yeah. Did you guys see? There's they they announced another Space Marine captain. We got the 3 Ultramarine drops yesterday. And then they gave it like 12 hours and then announced another Space Marine jump pack captain. What is going on? I feel like I haven't quite been into 40k for long enough to truly appreciate the Space Marine favoritism, or at least I haven't been actively in 40k. So I was I was principally upset when I saw the like when I found out about the new Imperial Knights model release, but then I was kind of like coping, and I was going, oh well, I mean, I guess Imperial Knights are big models. They're probably a lot more of a pain to design and sculpt and all that, and they're probably just not really worth it. Probably takes a lot of effort to make new sculpts, and then I see the new Ultramarine sculpts, and they're as detailed, if not more detailed, than Imperial Knight, and they release so many of them on a whim instead of just like it, not even like to line up with special releases for the faction. Like Codex Drukari comes out with one named character, one regular character model. A couple of days later, we get 2 named character sculpts for Ultramarines, and then a sculpt of a regular squad of 3, all of them incredibly detailed. To be fair, it's a massive improvement over the old one. Fucking banner. The banner on... yeah, like... man... quite crazy. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, sorry about any any diseased coughs we get today. I'm still not fully over my cold, but I'm mostly better now. You do kind of like the new Calgar from Space Marine 2? Yeah, but the old Calgar model was made in 2018. And it wasn't a bad model. It was still a really good quality model. Like, do we talk about Karandras? No, he's in the warp. I don't think he's coming home. Lost forever. Leave him be, it'll make Eldar players sad. Like, out of the Eldar, like, to be fair, Eldar did pretty well with their codex. We got a lot of cool stuff. Like, Drukhari are shitting and pissing. They are so sad with what their codex did, like, in terms of model releases. Eldar, we ate pretty well, all things considered. Like, we got most of the Phoenix Lords refreshed. We got Striking Scorpions, Swooping Hawks, and did Howling Banshees get new models as well? Like, we got a lot of cool stuff. I think Dire Avengers also got new models. Like, most of the Phoenix Shrines did pretty well. But also, I feel like Eldar are like the one non-human faction that GW has to try to respect, because they're like the guys, they're like the Xenos, aside from Tyranids now, I guess. Like, they're the OG. But also, hang on, why am I talking about Eldar and respect in the same word, when, like, in the same breath, when we all know how their books turn out? I'll get your airbrush working. As in, it's not spraying paint, or it's not pushing air? What's the issue? No paint. What I have found works for me, because I get that every now and then. I'm sure you've probably already done this, but if you get it's a clog, but like a stupid one. So if you have isopropyl alcohol, put a little bit of that in the well, and if you've got a needle that you don't give a fuck about or is damaged or whatever, so what I do is, I've got one needle where I accidentally bent the tip on it ages ago, and so I just use that to help clear clogs. So I'll put isopropyl in the well, and then I will just insert the needle in the airbrush as normal, and then I'll just sort of like, I'll just push it back and forth, and I'll twist it so that I'm pushing the isopropyl up against the clog, and just like softening it, and then you twist it to try to break it off the walls and all that sort of thing. And then otherwise, I'll also, while I'm doing this, every now and then I'll be running the sink with hot water, and I'll sort of stick the airbrush underneath the hot water to help try soften any acrylics in there as well. And just do that for a bit. And that usually clears any of the really bad clogs that I run into. Okay, that's probably good for first layer for these. I just want to get a second layer just to solidify any bits that aren't quite what we want them to be. And then we'll probably get a lighter section for the ridges, so we'll just need to, with relatively unthinned paint, just try to sketch it over the ridges of these bits. Or maybe not necessarily unthinned, but just like with a relatively dry brush, just sketch it over the ridges so that we can get the high points. But while we wait for those vents to dry, we should do these bits here on the insides. Yeah, brush came with a pick, but after the move you have no clue where it went. Ah, rip. I mean, otherwise, you don't necessarily have to, like, if you want, you can probably still use an airbrush needle as long as you don't, like, ram it in and out. But as long as you just, like, push it in and then just twist it, then you're probably less light. You're probably not going to damage the tip of it as long as you're not smashing it against the blockage. But if you just, yeah, with a spare needle, just, yeah, put the alcohol in and then just push it in and just turn it, then that should sort of dislodge any blockages without damaging the needle, because the alcohol will just soften it, and then once you punch through, the alcohol will be able to reach all the other bits and hopefully break it up. Otherwise, if you've got a regular needle, like a sewing needle or like a bobby pin or something, you can potentially try push it in from the other end, like from the nozzle. Push it back towards the well. Shell Divine, the type of guy to say you're cruising for a bruising when he gets mad. Uh, maybe I need to adopt that into my vocab. I think I've probably said that ironically. It'd be insane to meet someone in real life who actually says that. You're cruising for a bruising, mate. Took the nose off when you're pushing it into the well. That seemed incredibly awkward. Wasn't the emu war like two blokes with a gun? Off topic and a bit of a low blow, but I believe so. I believe it was two blokes on the back of a ute with machine guns, and they thought that they'd be able to reduce the emu population just by driving around and shooting at whatever moves. And unsurprisingly, it was not a good idea. Believe it or not, two guys in a ute cannot just go and cull the population of large migratory birds in the outback. Ute being the most important part of the story. Well, it is! They're just driving around the outback in a ute, just shooting at any birds they see. Oh, the Great Emu War? Yes. I don't know how we got here. It is a dark stain on our nation's history. But, yes. You know what that is? Everyone knows what that is. We can't get away from the fucking Emu War. Two guys thought they were hot shit, went out on a car, they talked big game, went out in their ute, and then proceeded to waste an absolute shitload of money after they found out that a couple of machine guns are not the best weapons for dealing with a massive population of of big birds. Ended up just wasting a shitload of money and ammo. Well, I guess the ammo was the money. War was conducted under the command of Major Gwynedd Purves Wyn Aubrey Meredith of the Royal Australian Artillery's 7th Heavy Artillery. Is that actually who it was? I'm ready to believe you. I haven't looked up the exact, like, who was responsible for it. With Meredith commanding soldiers Sergeant S. McMurray and Gunner J. O'Halloran. Okay. Yeah, those are the guys. Okay. Is this still Minecraft? I've heard in a hot minute. I mean, surely it's still in. They wouldn't remove songs from Minecraft, right? They just add more to the playlist, and so these would get buried. I don't know about the modern patches, but at least when I was playing modded Minecraft last year, I'm pretty sure I came across this. This is one of the absolute classics as well. There's no way they'd remove it. Armed with 2 Lewis guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, they surely they wouldn't remove this song. This song is this track is called Minecraft. Opinion on the 3 new Ultramarine units and a new Space Marine Captain and a jump pack. I think it's about damn time we got some more Space Marines. Ultramarines especially have really been like, it's been so hard out here to get some variety in Ultramarine, like Ultramarine epic heroes. We need some more. And look, I don't know about you guys, but I really needed a new mold for a jump captain. Like, as it stands, it's unacceptable that we did not have a modern sculpt for the captain with a jump pack and power hammer. It is insane that it took them this long to give us a modern mold for the jump pack captain with power hammer. Like, seriously, that is a glaring hole in the range. Calgar 7-year-old model got replaced. Yep. I think this is Calgar's 5th or 6th iteration. And also, just to enrage everyone, the other named character they do a mold for is Cato Sicarius. Really? That guy? Just trying to enrage everyone who isn't a Space Marine fan with that. Captain with a jump pack as model from 2023, so 2 years old. Wait, you're joking. You are lying right now. There's no they wouldn't do that to us, right? Grey Knights are pissing themselves in a corner. Yep. The artists who made these new sculpts for the Ultramarines are literally the same artists that would be making sculpts for Grey Knights. I imagine that they would probably have different people doing sculpts for different factions. Like, the guy who makes the Ultramarine sculpts probably isn't the same guy who would work on sculpts for, like, Eldari and Drukhari. But between the new Space Marine sculpts, like between Space Marines and Grey Knights, that's absolutely the same person that would be working on those. Difference is it has a Storm Shield and a Thunder Hammer, right? Yeah. Awesome. I mean, to be fair, 2 years is a long time. Sometime like, and it represents more. We want to represent more players, dreams for their humble Space Marine captain with a jump pack. What if you want him to have a Thunder Hammer, but he doesn't have it? Like, it's not GW's fault that they're just trying to help people out. Okay. That'll probably be good for our base layer for the scream. And then just clean off anything that we got on the tongue there. Gonna keep that nice and smooth. Thing is that it was famous for the jump captain to have either the Thunderhammer Storm Shield combo and the 2023 one conveniently didn't have either. Look, that doesn't mean that they need to make another one. It's okay to have holes in the range. All the other factions have nothing but holes in their range. Like, the Eldar are famous for having... There's famously an Eldar fucking Wraith Lord who is also an Exarch. Why do we not have any Exarch Wraith Lord models, huh? I want an Exarch Wraith Lord model. That would be fucking awesome. But unfortunately, we don't get any cool shit here. Like... No Exarch Wraith Lord, but the Jump Captain gets a second version of him with the Thunderhammer and Storm Shield because that one's well known. We can't have we released the Jump Captain without a Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, but look, I'm sorry guys, we'll give you one with a Thunderhammer and Storm Shield as well, okay? Hey. You and Space Marine players are pissed off. Look, I don't care if Space Marine players are pissed off. I know they're going to buy that fucking thing, so it doesn't matter. I don't give a damn. Where were we? Okay, so now we are gonna put a little bit of grey sear over the really bright bits. The debate is how long you trapped at 75 XP. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. It looks like everyone is bottlenecked at 75 XP. I have no idea how this system works. You mean they're finally giving non-Ultramarine characters some love and then they all this? It's the, I don't know if you guys saw the meme of the, here's your attention cake or something like that. It's from either Family Guy or The Simpsons. I don't remember where I saw it. But it's just like anytime they give something to anybody else, they have to go back and give a consolation prize to the Ultramarines. It's just the way it is. Download a play, you've literally seen you've seen the rage post about the Ultramarine characters versus Drakari, and they went the Drakari to get more for 3 paragraphs. Unfortunately, we live in a society, and GW does not recognize that 40k is the setting where non-imperial factions exist. The difference between the two Calguards is the new one is in Terminator, old one is in Gravis. Whoa, that's insane. I mean, that's fair enough. At that point, like, he kind of needed a new model if they were going to be. If he needed his armor to change to a different pattern. Is it a bad idea for you to get a knight army? Financially, yes, but knights are so cool. Being Drakari only got 2 new models, laughs in 3D printer. Look, at least one of the new Drukhari models was a cool elf lady. It's just a little sad that the other one was a bald bastard. Just some guy. Yeah, forget that the way that I should do these with things like this is I should start with the brighter one and then I should put the darker color on top in a thinner version so it goes into the recesses. I think that's what I should do now. Rather than just trying to sketch all of this onto the surface, I should just go over all of it and then with a thinned down version of a Shabdi bone, just let it sit into the recesses so that I'm not fighting against this. It'll give us a much more even finish and it'll look better. Archon has 3 head options? Ah, okay. I only saw the one. At least they gave him head options in that case. That's a little bit nicer. It's less of a spit in the face. But even so. Love how the Lancer is so cool. It's the only Cerastus Knight out of stock. It's a mix of it being super cool and it being just one of the single best Knight models as well. It's still so annoying that none of the Forge World Knights got moved to the Codex. Even the Cerastus ones, which they gave the fucking Lancer, Castigator, and Acheron all plastic model kits, and they're still not in the fucking, like, in the new Codex? Like, hello? It's, like, GW, it is okay to put knights, like, to add new knights to the fucking, to the rule set, to the Codex. I understand that these are old, lost patterns. They're 10,000 years old. We might not have the STCs anymore. You can find them. You can have some Mechanicus guy find an STC for these old pattern knights. It is okay. It's not going to ruin the setting. It's not? Is it Legends or something? It's not Legends. That's the thing. So, it's just not in the Codex. The Codex only has direct support for Armigers, Questoris, and Dominus Pattern Knights. All Cerastus and Arcastus Knights they are Forge World kits that are they are given rules through a supplement called Imperial Armor, so they are legal to play on the tabletop. They're just not in the Codex, and most of them are still resin. But they can't, they better not Legends any of them, because they are literally 50% of the model variety. So it's in the Imperial Armor. Yes, yeah. So it's the Imperial Armor supplement that that allows them to be played. And I believe the technical lore reason that they are not in the Codex is probably because they are what's referred to as relic knights. So they're from 30k, and the STCs, I believe, were lost during the heresy or shortly thereafter. And so they don't, like, they're not really, they can't make new ones, is, I believe, the lore reason for why they're not in the Codex. But they could literally just have some guy find an STC. Or just make up a night world which still has the STC. You hate the delay because you sent that to me 5 seconds before I said it. Right, yeah, I think it's, yeah, the, I think the YouTube delay generally is around 30 to 40 seconds. When my internet is good, at least. I'm pretty sure minimum YouTube delay is around 40 seconds. You remember wanting to get into custodies and then seeing that, seeing the things you like were stupidly expensive? Yeah. I have somehow managed to grow out of buying new models, for the time being at least. We'll see how long it lasts. But yeah, since buying my Eldar army, I have not bought any more models. Better than that 121-minute delay. We don't want to talk about that. Look, the fact that I even persisted with the stream for as long as I did in that purgatory, like, I impressed myself with that. Like, in retrospect, I don't think I would have the patience for that. I would actually just, I'd give up. I'd be like, this is not worth it. I'm done. Okay, that's probably going to be good. We'll let those dry. And I will be right back while we let those dry. And then we can reintroduce the bit of Ushabti bone just thinned down to hit the recesses, and then we can start doing the glow. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. And back. So... now let's just come on back through and reintroduce a thinned down version of the Ushabti bone. Got a little bit too much on there, so let's wick out the excess. We want to have the bright points on the ridges showing through here. Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of playing around until we have that tiny bit of variation in color that we want. Unfortunately, the light is kind of flaring out this section that I'm working on, so it's going to be hard to see on camera. Yeah, this is a very fiddly process here because it's, I think just because of how many layers we've gotten in this so far, the distinction between the recesses and the high points isn't as clear-cut as I would like it to be. I can see where the details are, but they're kind of all at a very similar level. Well, that one went pretty well. So I don't think I thinned this down enough here, so we'll just get a tiny bit of water, add that in there, see if that breaks up the pigment enough for us. So that'll cause it to pool around the edges, and then come back through with our dry brush. Just soak up the excess and wipe it on my hand. And that's looking better. Really funny motivation to get paint stuff out, looking at all the little bits and bobs. Hey, Direct Jack, everyone. Hey, Gavin. And so now, again, I'll just need to add a little bit of water to this section. Separate any pigment up on the higher points. And then a clean brush. There we are, that's pretty good. And then just for the last one. Okay, how's that looking? Bit too much bone there, so yeah, once again. Just need to absorb the excess. There we are. Okay. So now let's just get some brighter points in the back of his throat here. I reckon the way I want to do this is the very depth of it will have in a brighter white. Like that. And then from there, I will only put the bright white on the ridges, because you can see like there's the ridges in his mouth. I'll just have them be in the bright white, so that it's sort of like the glow of it coming through, and then the recesses of the ridges will be slightly darker. Hopefully that comes out well. Well, hopefully I can actually execute on that, because it's an awkward angle. Ah, shit. Accidentally got a little bit on there. Oh, well, I guess this will also be illuminated by the scream. So, not too bad anyway. Oh man, this is very fiddly what we're doing here. Oh man, okay. It's not super clean, but I think once we get the glow going in there, I think it'll come out really nicely. Unfortunately, my hand is so damn shaky going in there. Holy shit. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that for the rings inside the mouth. Oh, hang on, although they need to extend a bit more into the cheeks there. Okay. That's good for that. So, now... get a very thinned down version of our bright white. And then let's just get a little bit of that. I don't know if that's the case for you, but some people lose motivation to paint because they're painting the same kinds of things all the time. Yeah, I think that that's one thing that that's why I have my that's why I have my tyranids as my unwinding army to paint. But I feel like Technic has a decent variety of stuff he works on. I think it might sometimes it's just hard to get back into things and work on them. Like sometimes you'll have a project that's been sitting there for a bit and it's just like can't be bothered to pick it up again. If you, it's pretty much the fact that you did it all. It's pretty much all you did in your free time for the past year. So now you're out of the swing of things. It's hard to get back into it. Yeah, that's it. Like sometimes it's just you put the paintbrush down or you just stop doing something, and then the longer you go without doing it, the harder it is to do it again. That's understandable. You don't know if you ever get back into painting before you die. I mean, a little bit of a grim outlook. I reckon, like, if you want to paint again, it'll happen. Sometimes it's just hard to do things. Just realistic. If you go back to school, that'll be your life until you're done. Won't have much time for hobbies. Yeah, that's fair enough. Only got so much time in the day. Okay, so that's not completely white. We've gone over a lot of it in white, but we've left some of the bone peeking through under there, so that hopefully we can get some variation in the glow as it comes up. Family can't comprehend why you didn't go to college. College isn't everything. A lot of people don't understand that. That's like one thing for me was I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I felt like I sort of had to go to uni, and so I went to uni, but I didn't really know what I was doing, so I was kind of like floating around, and I wasn't really invested in anything. And okay, hang on. Maybe I'm not the best person to be taking advice from. I am not in an amazing place in my life. Like, I don't think I'm in the most respectable position. I am not in a position people want to aspire to. But I think at least it's more important to try to figure out what you want, like where you want to be or what you want to do, rather than just go to university because that's the expected thing to do. Like, unless you have a reason to go to university, I don't think it's the, I don't think you should feel like you need to. Okay, what gradient do we need to do? Psychic Scream. I think our bright point wants to be, we want it to be like a super light, almost cobalt blue. So I think it needs to be lighter than this even at its peak. I think this one's probably going to be too bright for a transitionary one. Yeah, I think we want to start in our darker purples and pinks and work up to a super bright blue. Although this really pastel-y pink could work as a glow, or an it's like an edge glow for a lot of these. You got into Harvard but didn't qualify for financial aid, so you couldn't go. Also didn't have a career in mind. Right. Yeah, that's one thing as well, is like, I guess a very big thing for you guys over there, is just, like the price of college or university as well would be insane. Like we still have to pay for university over here, but everyone has everyone has free government. Well, I said like everyone qualifies for government loans at least, that they don't have to pay back until they're earning a certain amount of money a year anyway. Still not an amazing setup, because it's just you end up taking on debt for going to university anyway, which for a degree you may not end up using, but at least it's not having to come out of pocket. I have a brighter one. One sec. Looks like I'm gonna have to just use some white to mix that one up to be lighter. Step one, threatened divorce if your dad paid for your college. Year later, Harvard made tuition free. Jesus, that's a little bit yikes. The first part, the second part, not like but jeez. Okay. So the way I think we want to do this is each of these, we'll start them at a dark version of the color, blend it up to a light one near the top. So for the, and then we're going to move from our purples through to our pinks, through to the blues over here. And we're going to show like the transition of it through this tube here. Hopefully we can make this work out nicely. And so I guess our base color is going to be this one here, just because it's like the most inert color. Yeah, so I think we're going to work our way through like this up to the front. I reckon that's going to be the goal. Or maybe what we do is we have it all based in the blue, so the blue will be at the root of all of it, and then it blends up towards the different colors as it goes through. Actually, other way around. It's going to be based in the purples, and it's going to move up to the blues in the tops there, so that we can have the same blue coming out the very top, but then the different colors on the sides, and then we'll have the blue coming out the front there. I think that's going to be the goal. Let's give it a try at least. One of your favorite stream moments is when you taught hydroponics. When did this happen? Like January? I see. I don't recall this. To slow down almost no one was around whenever hydroponics and water hardness. I remember the water hardness conversation. I don't remember the hydroponics. I don't know how this purple managed to dry instantly on contact with the model. This is really frustrating. Like, I was planning on making a a blend with this, and it touched the model and just instantly dried in place. I don't know how I've been painting for as long as I have, and I still don't, I still struggle so much with getting paint to the correct consistency. Okay, I reckon I've got it this time. Let's see how this goes. It's super thin, also because I'm going onto a pretty watery surface. Might actually have its own host of issues. But we push it downwards, it'll all pool in the lower half. And then while there's still the water there... You hate the war dogs? What about them do you hate, Mac Mac? How is this wicking out onto his back? What is this? Got them in discount so you're not blood boilingly furious, but I'm still full of rage. Why? They're cool models. Why is this not gathering in the recess and instead running out onto his back? Yeah, I think what it is because there's still so much moisture there. I'm just going to clean that away and then let it dry. Just work on the other side while we wait for it to dry. Check minis. Where are we? Oh, I got a mini base coated. That's the first step. Man, that guy is in full charge. Holy shit, he's leaning. And what's he going to be painted as? Okay, so we push that up like that. And get a bit more of a pooling down the bottom there. And then while that is still wet, let's mix up a very thin version of the blue we want to go towards. Just like that. Wick out the excess moisture. And I don't think I worked quite fast enough to get the perfect transition in one go. Exorcist, hence the black power pack. Ah, I see, I see. So now I think what we want to do is get this purple we're working with, and we want it to be visible in the low point of the top bit. Just want to maybe hold it at this angle so that it doesn't try to pull as aggressively in that recess. Okay, and now we quickly swap over to the blue. Quick out the excess. We'll probably want to work at blending these together a little bit more seamlessly. But I think just getting a mixture of the color in the lower parts for the time being will be good, and then we can go towards our highlights and darker bits once this is dried. And then we'll also want to try to blend this a little bit more cleanly on the side there as well, and get some brighter points just to really sell it. It's awkward trying to get these bits fully in focus. Yeah, we want that transition to be a lot smoother. I think that's dry there, so we'll add a little bit more of the blue. Like that. And then we'll pick up some more of our purple. Pull it up into the blue. And then just get a drop of the blue and add it back in at the top and see if we can just let these flow together. Might be a little bit too much purple there, so Just with a clean brush to see if we can wick out the excess at the middle point. And then add a bit more blue back in. I'm so bad at blending, I never know what the exact process is, so it's just a lot of like fucking around until it looks nice, and then I stop. I like that. I think that's good for this one. So you just need to let that dry, and then we can do the same on the other side. I just want to be careful not to accidentally move the model and have the distribution change, because it's quite watery. Yeah, I reckon that'll be good. That looks good enough. Let's do the other side. So the way we did this was get some of the purple, the thinned down version of the purple. Let me pop that in the... Let's try to pop that in the middle and pull it towards the bottom. Ooh, this might be a bit thick, we'll see. No, we might be alright. And then we swap over to the blue. There's a lot more pigment in the purple than the blue, so we're going to need to keep introducing the blue near the top and pulling it down. I think that's looking pretty good already, honestly. And once these dry, the last thing will be just getting a little bit of something glowing around the edges of them, where we've got that thin line on the border. But yeah, I think that's the same sort of transition that we got over here. Yeah. A little bit of purple in the recess. There's our base layer. And then swap to the blue. Probably way too much blue I've got here, so I'll just dab a tiny bit on in the corners. Just dab it along the top edge, and then wick out the excess on a wet tissue. Yeah, and when we get back to it, we'll try to make the glow look actually like a glow. Okay, so the next one is going to start from a slightly less dark purple. So that first one was this purple. So next one will be this one. That XP really does make zero sense. Yeah, I have no idea how it works. Man, I love Vallejo paints, but there's something about, like, they all have this very, like, they have this very specific smell. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, anyone who's used them notices this, but compared to like Citadel paints, they don't smell like anything. Vallejo paints, a lot of the time, you pop the lid on them, and there's just this smell that they have, which is just like, I don't even know how to describe it. But it's just like, ugh, it's not nice. And like sometimes when I like, when I'm like wetting my brush, when I like stick it in my mouth, I'll get like a very faint taste of the Vallejo paint smell. It's just not nice. Smells like rotting banana. Is that what it is? Hang on. I don't think that's quite it. It's not quite it, but it sums up my feelings about it. Stop huffing paint. Look, I'm not gonna stop you. It would be hypocritical of me to say you can't do that. I reckon that one's looking pretty good already. That was a nice and easy transition there. I think I want to make this transition slightly more purple-sided once it's fully dried. Hey, maybe I should do the this one here rather than flipping it over and potentially ruining the paint distribution. Yeah, I think we'll do the next one up rather than flipping it over and doing the same color here. Just so that the paint has time to dry and the water doesn't sort of cause it to slide around and move out of place. With this pink one here, it doesn't have the same depth, I think, that we want. Maybe I should have gone the other way, going pink to the purples, just because the purples are much more saturated. Maybe if I mix a little bit of the pink and the middle purple together, we'll get enough saturation to it that it'll look really nice. Because I think I made the mistake of going for brightness rather than saturation, but when it's when he's like loading up a psychic scream, I think the saturation is what would really sell it. Yeah, I reckon what we want to do is, rather than using this this super light pink for one of our main colors, we'll use it as a glow. We won't use it for the what do you call it? We won't use it as a as an energy color. We'll use it for some of the OSL coming off it. I may have used a little bit too much moisture here. fuck is this? What, what is this track? Okay, that was a short track. Okay, so this one's got a lot more of a high point to it. So I think what we'll need to do is get some of the purple, but remove as much of the water as we can while still keeping it quite thin, so that I can apply it to the high point and still have it feather out without without completely leaving it. It's song chicken death? Apparently so. I reckon we just leave that be for the time being, let it dry, and then we can revisit it. Yeah, I think a lot of this is just going to be setting up our base layer, making sure there's a bit of visible purple in that bottom bit. And then we'll figure out how we want to present these top bits. But yeah, I think I quite like how the glow is coming out to a degree. These parts where it dries really dark blue in the recesses like that, I'm not a huge fan of. So what I might actually do is just see if I'm able to, with this last one, while it's still wet, just with a very careful sort of prodding of the tip of the brush. Just to see if I can extract it, where, like, extract any of the stuff that's cooling too badly. I don't think that's working. Yeah, let's stop touching it in case we ruin it. Yeah, let's go to the other side. This is going to be a really awkward angle to hold it at. Let's try from This angle here should do. Yeah, this'll do. So, this one in the middle, we're using this color first. Wick away the excess. Pull that up to near the top. Oil wash and basing done. Man, how do you work so fast? It's not fair. And I'm thinking about it now. I think rather than going for like the multi, like the transition from darker purples to brighter purples, I think I've just found the I think this purple that I'm working with right now, I just like better as my base purple to work from. Just the amount of vibrance it got, I think it has, I think really works for the sort of psionic look. So I might just go over this sort of neutral purple we've got at the back here with it. And just use this the whole way through. I really like the way it blends together with the blue as well. They work together quite nicely. Howdy folks, hey Rebellion. How you going, mate? Just finished some 3D models. Nice. Been toiling away then. Let's just see if we can get a little bit of this this more vibrant purple over this here. And then just blend it back with the blue. And yeah, I think what I should, like the way to go here is I start with more purple, and then as it gets closer towards the front of the bug, we get more blue instead. So, back one should be mostly purple, middle one about 50-50, and then the front one we're leaning blue. Post them in Discord? Yeah, I'll have a look in just a sec. Let's just get a little bit of our blue on these top vents. That can start drying, and then I'll check out what you've been working on. Just trying to avoid any of this really hard line pooling. Okay, that's probably pretty good there. Alright, I'll just keep holding this at this angle so that it doesn't, so that the water doesn't drain in any weird directions. Let's see, what have people been working on? Versus Chlorine Matrix Shock Lance for Warhound. Oh, I see. Nice. The cutout on the end of that shock lance seems like that would have been a pain in the ass to do. Okay, so now let's swap background over to the other side. So how are we feeling about these bits here? I think they're pretty good. They're not quite where we want them though. So we're going to need a little bit of the purple on this first one. Hello, Reese. Yeah, just see if we can pull this bit more purple leaning like that. Honestly, wasn't really. Just took cubes, stretched them accordingly, spaced them all, and then cut into the model. Oh, okay. I feel like I probably would have way overthought how to do it, and then I would have just picked the worst possible approach, and then spent many hours trying to get it to work, and it would have been uneven, and I would have not had fun. Yeah, I'm just having to make sure it doesn't pool too badly. I need a little bit more of the light blue, which is annoying because I think most of the light blue in the top corner here is not the proper light blue anymore. It's blended. Although it's looking better now. I say we pull this down over it like that, and then we clean our brush, and then we absorb the excess now. Yeah, your basic philosophy when it comes to weird shapes is 1, make shape, 2, cut away what you don't need, 3, add in extras for better looking weird shapes. That seems like a good philosophy. Seems like one that saves you a lot of grief. Yeah, my issue, I think that I have across a lot of things, is I absolutely suck at planning. And so when I want to do something, I just look at the whole thing that I want to do, and then I just get like, I'm just paralyzed. I'm like, how do I do this shit? I'm really bad at breaking things down. Okay, I reckon that's pretty good for that. So I say we let those dry. How do we think we want to do the tubes under his throat here? You want to go all in on just making them full of the juice? I think that's probably the way to go, is just color them like they are like clear tubes full of the juice that he's got back here. So if we want to do that, probably going to be using a slightly larger brush. wick out our excess. Let's see how we go. I thought I wicked out the excess. Let's try that again. Okay, I guess this first one is going to be water. It's not what we want. That's a bit too liquid. Alright, I guess we're glazing this. That was not the original plan, but that's where we're at. People shall flipped up the Chaos Space Marines combat patrol and a box of raptors tonight after dinner. That did not happen, and that will not happen. At least try to psyop me into buying something I want. I am a full-time Space Marine hater. Or are you saying, or was that a typo, and you're saying that you picked up the Chaos Space Marines Combat Patrol and a box of Raptors tonight after you had dinner? Is that what you mean? Because in that case, if you did that, man... No, you did that? Ah, okay, okay. I see. I thought this was a trying to trick everyone into thinking I bought more models thing. No, so you're going to be painting those guys to match your Death Guard? I imagine that's what you got them for. No, they're Black Legion for your nephew. Oh, okay. Nice. This bit underneath his, like, cheek plating is an absolute pain to reach. You just need to let it dry and then revisit it. But we should do his, inside his mouth now as well. I think the way that we want to do the inside of his mouth is we want to do a thin coat or a thin layer of the pink on everything in there, and then we do a thick lining of the blue on those white rings that we've got. What color eyes did I give the Neurotyrant? He's blind. Okay. So, the options are open. He doesn't have eyes. So I don't have any expectations to live up to here. Yeah, let's wick out the excess blue here and start glazing this back in. And so we'll need to let that dry for a bit before we come back and do it again. I think this will be good though. And honestly, I kind of like the look of the sort of fleshy white underneath it. It almost looks like a fleshy tube. But I think we still want the colors to be a bit more vibrant than what we're currently showing. Hey, I'm gonna need to measure out some more of this this blue that I'm using, because it is pretty much just all turned to water. There is no slightly thicker mixture of it that I have access to at the moment. And yeah, having been working on the glow for this guy for a little while now. I'm glad I didn't try to do this at the end of the last stream that we were working on him, because I knew this would take a while. I knew this would not just be a quick one and done. This is quite painful. This is not flying quite the way I want it to. Although this is looking good here. I reckon, like I think I need to use more of the pink to help set up the blue. I think that's the way we need to go, because the blue doesn't quite have enough body on its own. But I think when it mixes with the pink/purple, that's when it looks really good. Like when I do that, and then I come back. And pull the blue into it. Yeah, that's when it starts to look good. And I think the main thing to really sell this will be once we've got this. I think this is the sort of color we want it to be at. And then to sell it, we'll want to build up some OSL around these really bright points. So you just posted a guy in minis. How do you work so quickly? It's actually so upsetting to me. You're gonna find yourself what you started the mini at like 6? An hour and a half. You say rushed job, you had some shaky hands, but like the trim is looking pretty clean to me. Pretty clearly an hour and a half mini. Whatever you say, my guy. That's like a 3-hour mini for me. Whoops. I think I'm probably gonna have to redo his tongue at the end once I've got all of the glow inside his mouth. Yeah, I really like these transitions from the like the bright pink / purple through to the blue. I think we need to get a little bit more of the blue to get it really vibrant in there, though. You can't really say much. New 3D model took you only a day. You see, this is why I do this. It's good to remain humble. Every day that I stream, I am reminded that I am surrounded by psychopaths who can just do crazy shit so quickly. You'll agree, Technic is a psychopath. Thank you, Phobic. I knew that you would understand. I'm really struggling to get the pink to cover nicely on this middle section here that I'm currently trying to hit. This little chunk is just like, it's just not taking well. There it is. That's what we want. So now we can just introduce a little bit of the blue back into it. Just pull it back in from the end here. Let that dry and that'll be pretty good. Again, not perfect, but pretty close. And then we'll just be able to clean it up with some OSL once we've once we've let that dry. And yeah, I think while we let that dry, we can come on back up to the top here and figure out what we want to do to make this make these vents look good. I think what we want is the pink glow in the recesses coming out to the blue at the very top. You forget when when you 3D model the 4 hours you have free, nothing else gets done, says the pile of shame. Yeah, he's honest question. Is the 3D modeling a deliberate attempt to distract yourself from the pile? You could paint, or you could work on this cool project that you've decided to take on. Got this cool model you want to replicate. Just ignore whatever is ignore all of those prints that are floating around. Don't need to think about them. Yes and no, since you mainly airbrush and you're lazy, you don't want to set it up. Ah, yep, I mean, that makes sense. That's a little bit too much moisture there. Just wick out the excess. Yeah, that's better. Plus you can easily undo any fuck-ups you do in 3D modeling fairly easily. If you do that while painting, it's a pain. Yep. Painting is quite upsetting, especially when you're working with things like contrast paints. When you make a mistake and it's just like, oh, fuck. I can't just direct paint over this to fix it. I have to redo the base coat, let it dry, then redo the all the layers of contrast that we've done just to get it back to here before this mess up. And if we want it to get it looking perfect, that means it can't just be a touch up. I'll probably need to redo the whole area, otherwise you'll see the bridge between the old and the new. Yeah, it can be quite annoying when you're going for a particular finish and you make a mistake. Hey. So the goal for these now is going to be, we want to reintroduce our bright blue. We want to push it really bright in places. In fact, I'm just going to do another coat of the purple here, just to make it nice and solid. And also, I've noticed it a few times, and I keep going, it's not that bad, but there's a little chip on the corner there. So I need to, I want to fix that, turn it back to red because it's really annoying me. So let's just get a little bit of the Caribou Crimson. Let's see if we can just fix it up without making too much of a big deal out of it. It's not going to be perfect, but we should be able to hide it. Yeah, now it's only visible if you're looking for it. Or if you look at a certain angle. Although I want to see if I can remove it from that angle as well. That's going to dry a little too dark. There we are. That's better. Like it was never there. And I'm just going to quickly mix a lighter version of our blue off to the side. And maybe I introduce a little bit of magenta fluoro paint as well, just here and there, just to see if we can really push the brightness of it. Maybe, for example, in these side vents, just a tiny bit of fluoro paint just in the very bottom. Hang on, I'm actually just going to quickly go and refill my glass of water while we let the vents on his back fully dry. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, you heading out? Just stopped in to say hello. Right, I'll catch you later, Rebellion. Have a good one, mate. So, got a very light mix of our blue, which I'm just going to see if we can get some edge highlights going with. And then we'll go back through with our regular blue, just in a thin coat over it. Hello, Fire Mango. How you going, mate? Doing pretty good. How about yourself? Yeah, not too bad. Getting there. I was pretty sick last week. And it's been taking me a while to get over it, but I'm getting better now. So I'm just seeing if I can get back into doing some streams again. and I've been putting off finishing this Screamer Killer for a while, because all that was left to do was, aside from the base, was the sort of, like the glowing sort of psychic scream effect that we decided we wanted to do, sort of running up through his, through the vents on his back, and so I've just been sort of putting that together now. Always good to hear that you're doing better. Yeah, it's, I don't get sick often, but, yeah, so it's a little weird, because I was, like, really rough last week. But yeah, better now. Just got off work. I've got a pile of Oldhammer that you're working through. Decided to look for some streams. Oh, right, nice. Yeah, I only got into the painting side of the hobby in 2022 or 3, so I don't have any of the any old minis or anything like that. But I do really like some of the old sculpts, like the original Dreadnought and Broadside battlesuits. They're so cool. They're just like these tiny little goofy dudes. I love them. So you get sick like every month. It's not that frequent. It's not that bad. I feel like I'm doing a lot better than I used to. I feel like a lot of the sickness, it's not actual disease, it's just like allergies. Look, I'm offended, Technic. I feel like I feel like I don't get sick that often. Maybe I'm just too used to getting sick, and so I take it for granted when I'm not sick. Okay, let's just see how this will look when we put the fluoro paint over that. Why is it playing the dead chicken track again? Which one is this? These technically aren't Oldhammer, they're from a predecessor system to 40k called Laserburn, created by people who go on to create 40k. Oh wow, okay, so it's even older than Oldhammer. Crazy. So the models and rules are still being produced 45 years later. Oh, wow, okay. I haven't heard of Laserburn before. I might actually just have a quick look at the it once I've finished the edge highlight on this here. And then once I've done the edge here, we'll come back through with our blue fluoro just to see if we can get the energy glow going nicely. Doesn't need to be a super clean edge highlight, because oh my, why is my hand shaking so much? That was a bit scary. Yeah, the edge highlight doesn't need to be super clean because we'll be sort of blending over it with our light blue. We're essentially just using this to create the high point. Yeah, that should be good enough. You have a mix of original and your recasts. Alright, what do you say it was? Laser burn. One sec. Quick detour. I'm intrigued. What's that called? Alternative armies. Alternative armies. Laser burn. I'm getting captured. Captcha. It's 15 mils opposed to 28. Where are we? Laserburn and Asgard. Oh yeah, I'm seeing the similarities. Oh, these are so cool. Laserburn starter set. What have they got in there? Law officers, thugs and civvies, adventurers. Yeah, it's so cool. Man, old minis are awesome. Alright, let's see if we can get this blue looking good. I have my reservations. I have a feeling I'm going to make an absolute mess of this. The main goal is just going to be to avoid getting those really thick pools like what we've got forming right now. Is good stuff, all in metal of course, but that's what you prefer. The vehicles suck though. Having to deal with mixed resin and metal is quite the pain. I can imagine, yeah. Yeah, I really like the idea of metal minis, but there's like the convenience of like being able to pose and alter a plastic mini is very nice. But like I've got some old Grey Knights from a friend's brother who was in Warhammer ages ago, and they're all the metal ones, and they're so nice to hold. But I'm not a Space Marine guy, and I'm not really a Grey Knight guy either, so they kind of just sit over with the box of the other stuff that I inherited from that from the person. You like plastic with the feel of metal models on metal bases? It's so nice to move around. Yeah, exactly. Like they're just so substantial to hang on to. It's really cool. Ooh, hang on. I think I may have just accidentally figured out the way that I want to do this. Though the fluoro is a little bit of a pain to work with. The color is really nice. It's just a matter of trying to get it to sit where I want it to sit. Like that. Yeah, I like that. Plastics just feel really cheap in the hand, but you haven't bought a plastic kit in years. I think I do mostly larger minis like this, so I don't notice it as much, but I was just like thinking about it, and if I was holding a metal Screamer Killer right now, this would be insane. Like, that would be an actual weapon. Blue's a really class touch. Yeah, no, it's like, I really like the way the blue sort of blends from the pink / purple that we're using here. Because we've got it going up on the flesh vents on the sides of these as well. I'm gonna need to get some more of that blue in there. But yeah, because it's a fluoro paint, so it's just the amount of vibrance you get out of it is really nice. It's just a matter of trying to get it to sit in the right places because it doesn't cover super well. I'm just having to sort of build it up here and there. But yeah, because I've got it going through there as well. And then I'm gonna want to get a bit more of it in the mouth there. Although the mouth is not too bad. I do think a little bit of that blue just in the mouth there will help. And then getting a bit of glow on the insides of his lips. You've been hit by one and it's like a mace. Jeez. Yeah, I would not want to be like... Well, okay. Do I ask... What situation led to you getting hit by a metal mini? Like, who does that? You're incredibly drunk, you can't recall. Are you unable to remember because you were drunk, or are you unable to remember because you were hit with a metal mini? I think you're just talking about how damn heavy the dreadnought was. Well, I mean, at least it wasn't done out of malice. Well, it wasn't. You weren't hit in the head, you don't think? It's the lack of certainty here that is the concerning part. I think it's like half a pound of pewter and lead. Yeah, I would not want to be hit by that. Although, man, okay. I'm an Imperial Knights guy. Having metal Imperial Knights would be the coolest shit ever. That would actually be insane. I would feel like I'm just walking around with real weapons of war, like just ready to beat the shit out of people. It would also make it incredibly awkward to take my army anywhere. But I think it'd be worth it. some epic Metal Knights. Yeah, I just wish that there were... Damn it! Every like hour and a half, I always revert back to wishing that there were more Knights models. Because I was about to say, I wish I could have seen some of the cool Metal Knights, and then my brain just jumped to the fact that they're never gonna... they're never going to make a new Knight chassis, ever. Instead, we will get 4 more Space Marine releases. Just like in the middle of nowhere, unrelated to any big Space Marine like codexes or anything. They're just giving them to us after we got the Drukhari codex. More Ultramarines, yummy, yummy. Yeah, look, Calgar was he was feeling a little bit outdated. He needed a bit of a freshen up, you know. He needed his 5th iteration. You have something gross to show me on Discord. As long as it's nothing untoward, then I'm down. I assume you're referring to the Nurgle tank. There's also some rumblings of a new Robuto model. You are lying to me right now. Firemango, if that turns out to be correct, I think I will actually have a fit. If they do a new Guilliman model, I will actually lose it. That is beyond not being funny. Like, Kalendras hasn't had a model update since his first one. He just looks like some little guy. Manius Calgar has gotten 5 versions, and Guilliman has got... like, surely they wouldn't. The Imperial Knights model, the first release they got in I don't even know how long. It was a brick that you put on top of your Questoris. It was a brick. And then part of them releasing that brick was now, if you want to get Canis Rex, you have to buy a different box from the rest of the Questoris, because now the Preceptor and Canis, they split the box for the Questoris in 2, so that they could put the brick in one and move Canis to the other. I see you've just posted something in the Minis channel on my right-hand monitor there, Silver. I'll have a look in just a sec. What's up? Be sure to get my shots. I am both looking forward to seeing it and not looking forward to seeing it. This is why you just play old sci-fi skirmish games, but that's because you love tables and Battletech isn't complicated enough for you. Yeah, the thing is, like, for me, the main side of the hobby is the painting, and the tabletop is a fun bonus. So, I want, like, so my main interest is having cool models to paint for the like for the factions I like. And when the faction I like has like 3 or 4 variants of its chassis, because wait, what is it? Is it like 4 different chassis on for Imperial Knights? Because you got Armigers, Questoris, Dominus, Cerastus, and what's the last one called? Arcastus. It's 4.5 because the Dominus and the Questoris are basically the same. The Dominus is just Questoris plus. Like when those are all the chassis that we have, and out of those, the Cerastus and the Arcastus are not in the codex. Like they're technically, like they're not mainline models, and a lot of them are resin rather than plastic. It's like, man, I just please, I just want cool models. I want variety. You were raised by real grognards and you're a perverse tabletop enjoyer. D100's percentages. You most often need a GM to play. You're in it to play models. Just a neat bonus. Right, I see. Fair enough. Yeah, no, because I got into the hobby because I was in the middle of a university exchange in Japan, and I didn't have my computer to play games on, so I needed another hobby. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna. I've been seeing some. I've been getting recommended Warhammer painting videos on the train to uni. I'm gonna go to the Warhammer store and just have a look around, and then I just got very invested in the painting. All right, I'll have a look at your Nurgle tank now. Where are we? Ooh, interesting. Yeah, it's not fucking me up as much as I was scared it was going to, because I was worried that the bits with the pustules / eyes, I was worried that was all going to end up like nasty, like flesh colored and sort of like the more organic side of things, and that was, well, I guess it's all organic, but I don't know, like the more purely just like molten flesh, and that was going to be like, ugh. But I can cope. I can cope with this. This is the fun side of Nurgle. Okay. Only a little more for these highlights, and then we can go and do the rest of the blue fluoro paint. Yeah, I think this will come together nicely, and then after we do that, it'll just be getting some OSL glow on his chest here, and then fixing up or slash finishing up what we're doing in his mouth, and then coloring his eyes, and then that'll be it for the mini, and then it'll just be a base after that. Okay. That's probably good enough for those edges there. Just to mark out our bright points. Yeah, and I reckon now we'll just push the blue through that, and I think that'll start to look really good. And then I also need to bring some more blue back into that side there. The middle one in particular isn't quite where we want it to be. You off to bed, see you all on the next stream. Righto, I'll catch you later, Silver. Have a good one, mate. Actually, what I might do, while I've still got the this white on my brush, is I'm just going to mark out, I'm just going to sketch out the points inside the mouth there where we want to have the really bright blue. Just so that it all comes together a bit more nicely. And we'll need to repaint the tongue as well when we're done. Because I've accidentally gotten a little bit of paint on the top of it while I've been doing the inside of his mouth here. Okay, so now let's just mark the point right in the back of his throat there. So we want that to be our bright blue as well. Although honestly, maybe we don't even need to put the bright blue in there, because this white that I'm using has got some of that fluoro mixed in with it already. So I think, just for our super bright point, this might be good on its own as is. Yeah, I think that's actually going to be good on its own as is in the... Oh, sorry, I missed your message there. Dabbled in some other edition of 40k, such as 9 from the beginning of 10th. Tried out Battletech and Necromunda, but just didn't scratch the itch for you, so ended up reselling all of it. Yeah, I could understand 40k 10th potentially not scratching the itch for you. I don't play a lot of war games, but I've played a decent bit in the way of like just general TTRPGs, more so just like, again, not war games, but I feel like 10th has a lot of things that are frustrating. Um, like, I think my biggest irk with Warhammer 10th edition is just the fact that uh, everything, everything has an invuln save. So it doesn't matter, like you have a super unit and it can fire its like world destroying annihilation cannon at the humble space marine captain, and he will survive it. He has a 50% chance to just not get hit by it, and feels like an ocean that's 1 foot deep. Yeah, I can see that as well. There are so many mechanics that have been streamlined, quote unquote, to make the game faster, and it's just like, ugh, tons of options but zero depth. Another thing that really annoys me is the fact that if your unit is tagged as a psyker, that is literally just a debuff. You gain nothing for your unit being tagged as a psyker. All it means is that if your opponent has anti-psyker weapons, they will deal more damage, or they are more likely to kill that guy. Back in your day, melter guns were called sun guns, and if you got caught under the template, you just died. No save, immediate out of action. It had a high chance of perma-killing the model. I see. Yeah, no, it's like, the thing that was like the upsetting thing for me, or one of the upsetting things for me recently, was I was looking through, like I was trying to find what the highest or the most powerful single hitting attack in 40k I could find was, and I think the one I found was one of the tower railguns, where it's like a strength 20 attack shoots one thing that hits on a 4-up, but with the tower thing, it like tower army rule, it can come down to a 3-up, and it's like AP 5, so it's pretty much guaranteed that you can't save against it unless you have an invuln. And then it's 1d6 plus 3 damage per hit, or something. Maybe it was 1d6 plus 6. Whatever it was like, you are fucking dying if this thing shoots you. But the issue is that since this railgun only fires 1 bullet, it has, I'm pretty sure the Space Marine Captain has a 4-up invuln. So once again, the humble Space Marine Captain, wearing with his helmet in his hands, his beautiful hair flowing in the wind, he just has a 50% chance not to take any just to completely avoid all damage from this world obliterating railgun. balance it. Only power armor and dreadnoughts could take it, or people could take time, but they had a high likelihood of mishap happening, getting hit by the max strength flame. Or involves another, and also refractor fields, and the other rule was basically the same, but sun guns existed to stop that. Right. Yeah, no, but the I feel like the issue is not just like that the humble Space Marine captain has an invuln save necessarily, but it's more the fact that everything in 40k has an invuln save. It's just like you cannot find like it is just everything for some reason not only has an invuln save, but has a decent invuln save. Like the number of 5-up invuln saves on units that shouldn't have one in the first place is mind-boggling. It's just to pad out the game because mechanics are so lackingly thought, it would be way too high without it. Yeah, the issue, I think one of the issues is because the board is so small for 40k now, because they reduced the size of the 40k board. So, like, invulns are required to stop people from just getting tabled turn 1 from shooting armies, or getting rushed down and tabled turn 2 from melee armies. The horrible L-shaped ruin. Well, the L-shaped ruin is boring as hell and really cringe, but the reason it's so popular is because it is, or like the reason it's so used now is because it's the most like modular universal thing there is. I want more terrain. I'm tempted to get a filament printer just so that I can print out more terrain that isn't just L ruins. But yeah, it's just the map design has become so standardized. But yeah, I think one of the big issues is just the smaller board size, because it means that pretty much every game, it is guaranteed that both armies will have, or it's guaranteed that at least one army will have a unit that will have a unit with attacks that are longer ranged than the entire board, like the entire size of the board. Also, because 40k as a system is more based on skirmish rules than huge mass battles, but they have an increased board size. Yeah, like one thing for me is, they revealed the I don't know if you've seen any of the recent rules, but the new Imperial Knights Codex. Essentially, the big thing that they did, because Imperial Knights have been really overpowered for a while, the big thing that they've done is they've reduced the durability of the knights a lot. But then what they've also done is they have massively increased knights' mobility. So now it is entirely possible, in fact, it's quite probable that if you run a certain detachment, turn 1, you can just run your knights into the enemy deployment zone and then just one-shot like 2 units. Still felt the game, just choose not to play. Yeah, no, like the one of the new detachments, like the codex hasn't even launched yet, but it's wild to me that they've decided, okay, knights are too strong, what do we do? Less durable, faster. Weapons are the same, but faster. So you can just sprint into position and just kill whatever you want. Because this board is so small, you can just run to the other side in one go. Because now this detachment gives all your knights assault, so you can just advance up and kill everything. think I need just a little bit more blue on these 3 left-hand ones. So the white is still looking a little too white, but I think it's getting pretty close there. And while that dries, we may as well add a little bit of the blue to this one here. Low HP isn't a balancing mechanic, as any competitive player in most PvP games will tell you. Oh, so yeah. I mean, it was a pretty big durability nerf they did to them, because they all of the knights they used to have a 5-up feel no pain. No, it was a 6-up feel no pain that turned into a 5-up feel no pain. Now they just don't have feel no pain at all. But mobility is one of the most overpowered stats in any game. Like, any game you play, movement speed is one of the most insane stats. And especially if you're combining movement speed with a unit that has, or not just a unit, a faction that has some of the highest damage weapons in the game. Like, Imperial Knights weapons are fucking insane, because you're having to condense an entire army's worth of firepower into like 5 to 10 units. So if you're giving these insane gun platforms the ability to, if you're giving them, first of all, they have like 12-inch movement or something, and you're giving them assault on all their weapons, so they can advance, basically going up to like averaging like 16 to 18-inch move and then shoot. You're just like, you're dooming people to having a bad time. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the vents there. Just get a little bit of the fluoro on these little bits around the edges. And now let's just try to get this glowing a little bit brighter, and we can start doing the OSL. Why, you just play what you know you enjoy, so you're not just another grognard yelling from the roof about 40k bad, except you won't stop playing it. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, thankfully, I haven't been playing the game for a very long time, and I'm not a super competitive tabletop player. So for me, I see the annoying parts of the system, but I'm fine enough with it. I don't mind too much. It's just like, there are annoying bits conceptually which I'm like, why are these this way? But in practice, I don't really get annoyed by it. It's just, yeah, it's just Games Workshop are frustrating with a lot of their decision making. But it is what it is. If I get to paint my my cool looking models, I get to paint my Imperial Knights, and then take them to my friend's place and see how they've painted their stuff, that's good enough for me. 40k is perfectly serviceable for casuals. I think 140k does that way better. Two people can meet up in a shop, never seen each other before, and have two roughly balanced forces. Yeah, I think for streamlining, they've done really well, but when you streamline things that hard, it always costs something. You lose a degree of depth. And I'm probably not going to go too crazy with the OSL. I'm just going to try to do it enough that it's sort of recognizable that there's a bit of glow there, but I don't want to go too hard. Shalom, sad you've missed Big Bug Time. Yeah, we're sort of pulling up towards the end of this Screamer Killer, I think, Sunju. Sorry about that one. Still a bit to go on him, though. Minecraft Music's Witness to You check that playlist you sent me. Yeah, I did have a look at that playlist. Unfortunately, like, it's like 200 songs, and the first, like, 10 or 15 were all remixes, and one of them was the Minecraft movie Lava Chicken song. And I was like, fuck that. So we're just on the C418 playlist now. Away from your house for a couple of days, down borders to see your family for a funeral. Rip. Lava chicken for the win, what do you mean? Look, I watched the Minecraft movie and I had a good time. I don't need to listen to an 8-bit 2-minute version of the Lava Chicken song. How are you feeling about Calgar getting a fresh considering he's already Primaris? I feel sorry for Dark Eldar fans. Drukhari players getting 2 models with their new codex versus Ultramarines getting 2 models or 2 characters and a 3-unit standard unit, well, not standard, but a 3-unit infantry squad, and then the next day getting another character model. It's a little bit, you know, bit how's it going? Beating a dead horse, Year of Chaos, by the way. Is this year meant to be the Year of Chaos? Is that what this year was meant to be? Last Year of Chaos was for Age of Sigmar. Ah, okay. So what was this year for 40k? Age of Shitmar, true. Hey, at least the Skaven made it. The Skaven made it, and Chaos Dwarves are in it now as well, so there at least are some of the classic factions making it in from Fantasy. Some of the old, like some of the coolest parts of the old world have survived. Just play Fantasy 9th Age. Does that have Cathay in it? Is the new Cathay army playable in that? This is for 11th. We'll start hearing over the next few months. Now, when you say teasers for 11th, I know what that translates to is new Space Marine models. Community Run Edition, when GW nuked the setting, they had Cathay for years, but they did update it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Cathay, because I know people were really excited when GW did the new Cathay armies, so I wasn't sure if Cathay just never actually had a tabletop presence or not, but yeah, okay. Apparently the main baddie is Orcs, which is going to be interesting to see what they get, considering they have a decent range already. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing some Orc representation. We all love the Orcs. Do you think that also ties into the fact that Orcs got mega buffed with the Data Slate update? You think they're trying to get people to play Orcs more before they go and make them the main baddie of an edition? Just putting that one out there. Do we think that's in the realm of possibility? Also, do I plan on doing the tubes of the Tyran effects the same wet red? Probably. Yeah, I reckon I'll probably do the same for the Tyran effects. Get some consistency between them. You'd say yes, but knowing how GW works, the company isn't smart enough. Man, Firemaker, you weren't here last week when I had this rant, but it is insane that GW has a subscription service in Warhammer Plus, and they have an app for accessing like all the army rules and data sheets and stuff from your phone, but they don't. having a Warhammer Plus subscription does not give you access to the paid codexes on your phone, and you are also unable to buy the phone version of the codex from the app. So if you rock up to a game, you're like, oh, I don't have the codexes for this, or I don't have the data sheets for this. One sec, let me pull up my Warhammer app. Oh, it's paywalled. You do not have the option to buy the shit that is on that app in the app. The only way you can get access to that shit in the app is to go and buy a physical book and scan a QR code. You can't, they will not take your money from their app. Like, what? Huh? In 11th, we pray Space Marines get like 2 units, then the rest can get the old 1 mini stuff they've given every faction. Grey Knights, the only Space Marines you'd accept getting a lot. Unfortunately, we know that's not going to be how it plays out, Sunju. $40k is the Space Marine setting, not Horus Heresy. That's the extra Space Marine setting. Pen and paper for the win. Oh yeah, like when I'm doing like TTRPGs and stuff, I like try to make my players all have printouts of their character sheets and stuff. But when you're like showing up to a game of 40k and you've got like 7 or 8 different units in the army, I don't really like having to shuffle through a sheaf of papers. I'd rather just have like it all on my phone and then I can just flick between them rather than having to shuffle. Also, free army builders exist. Oh, yeah, no, they do. It's just that the Warhammer app is quite convenient for some things. So, because when I started playing, Imperial Knights hadn't gotten their codex revealed yet, and so all the Imperial Knight stuff was purely just their, like the free data slate, so it was all available on the Warhammer app. And it's pretty convenient because you can have the, like it has, all of the core rules accessible in case you want to do a quick rules check. It has the at least it for the knights, it had all of their data sheets, it had their weapon profiles, their abilities, it had the stratagems and everything all in one spot. It was just nice and convenient. Like it, in terms of like as a tool to use at the table, the Warhammer app is really nice, except that it sucks trying to get access to the content. Hey, I reckon for our glow, that's pretty good. Maybe we'll do one more hit of the blue glow there, and then I might actually try this magenta fluoro I've got as well, just to help with some of the OSL. Okay. Is this going to be the chicken getting killed again? It is the chicken getting killed again. My god. So visceral. I don't know why this is a track. Yeah, I think what we'll want to do now... Yeah, so we'll just do a little bit more of the blue glow here at the base of his neck. I've gone pretty thick with this, so now we'll just wick away the excess and then just... put all inwards a little bit. Nah, I think I like that for the glow there. And then we'll just need to build out a little more on this side. There we are. Yeah, I reckon that is going to be good for the glow. So now there are some little bits on the sides of the flesh tubes on the back here. Oh my, is the FPS really low? I feel like it might be a little low for some reason. Jeez, okay. But yeah, there's some the flesh tubes on the back. There are just some little bits of stray bone paint around the vents. So we just want to clean that up with our Caribou Crimson. It's just going to be little bits like... Where are we? Like here. It's not going to be perfect, but we just want to knock it back a little bit here and there. Guy's looking really cool. How many hours is he at now? Good question. I stopped keeping track. I think this is the 3rd or 4th stream working on him. So probably between 12 and 16 hours. Maybe he's probably between 16 and 20 hours, I'd say. Yeah. So not bad by my standards. Must depart. Gotta be up in a couple of hours. Have fun. Scream's looking great. Looking forward to seeing the drone effects. Yeah, righto. Well, I will catch you later, Sanju. Have a good night, mate. Yeah, I reckon I'm probably just about happy to call this guy done, at least as far as the mini itself goes. We'll still need to figure out what to do with the base, but yeah, the main goal was just going to be to get a nice finish with the psychic scream, and I think we've done pretty well with that. You hopped in the Discord, by the way. You sent some photos of your laser burn collection one of these days once they're all painted up. Oh yeah, awesome. That'd be really cool to see. I love seeing what everyone's been working on. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Yeah, I reckon we just want to do his eyes now. What color do we want to do for the eyes? Like, I feel like red is like an easy one to go for. And because like I've got a really nice strong red that's different from the other reds that I've used that we could do his eyes in. Are there any other suggestions, or do we reckon we just go for a nice strong red like this? Because there's not a lot of room to do anything crazy with the eyes. And I don't think I'll be giving him any pupils, because I feel like that's a surefire way to ruin all my hard work. Maybe a blue? A blue could work. It'd definitely be a lot more piercing, and I think it'd help separate it from the divots on his head there. I'll look at what blues I have. I guess it'd tie in with the psychic scream as well, since all the accents are purplish blue. Yeah, I think it'd tie in quite well with that. I've got a metallic blue here. Depending on how metallic it is, it might work. If the flakes are too big, then I'd say probably no. But if we're lucky, it might be... Why did I do that? I'm glad I just flipped that away from the mini. Don't think it just showed, but there was some paint in the lid there. Actually, I'm just going to make sure it flipped away from the mini because I can see some of it hit the base there. Just gonna get a fresh tissue to pick him up with so that I don't accidentally put any metallic blue on him anywhere. Let's just make sure he's all good. Didn't get any splatter on him anywhere. Best way to test paints is in the back of your thumbnail. Yeah, that was the plan. I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally splatter him at all with the blue when I closed the lid just then. I don't think I did. I'm just a little worried because some of it hit the base there. Alright. Let's see. Like, the metallic grain on it is... the flakes are pretty small. I think for how small an area we're doing, because it's really just going to be like a tiny little blob like that. I reckon if I do this, and then I go over the top of it just with a tiny bit of the blue fluoro paint that we've used, I think it'd be good. In fact... do I have any bit where I can test that out? Or am I going to be waiting for this to dry? I'll just tap my thumb on this to force dry it. You can always paint over it. Yeah, exactly. We can give it a shot, see how it turns out. Let's try just a little bit of the blue fluoro we've been working with. Yeah, it hasn't dried properly, so I can't see for certain. Let's give it a try anyway and see how it looks. We can always change course if it's not to our liking. You can always lick off the paint. True. Okay, let's get this back in focus. It's a little bit too thin. That'll be good. Extra fun with really old metal minis since they're toxic. Yeah, gotta love licking those lead minis. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion on that one. And yeah, the metallic isn't too noticeable. I don't think we need to add an additional layer to that either. I think just as is goes really well. Yeah, you're like, red kind of just blends into the carapace. Yeah, that was also what I was like feeling like, it might just be like too bland, too sort of, yeah, hard to recognize. But yeah, the blue is quite nice. Because it ties in with the other accents, and also, yeah, just because it's like, it's a lot more piercing, yeah. Looks like I accidentally got some on the on his eye socket there. So I will... Actually, do we want to clean off the stuff on the eye socket or leave it there? I think we want to clean it off. It gives... Like, I know people often do that for glow effect, but I don't know if I necessarily want that there. Oh, actually, no, you know, I'm torn. Having like the little bit of the eye color on the socket could be good. Gotta go on black for a Shin Gonzo. Look, maybe I like when the eyes are a focal point though, and when I feel like a risk you run, especially with the really small eyes like this, is when you paint them dark. It can be hard to sort of notice them. They don't draw the attention as much anymore. Okay, yeah, I think I'll clean up that section where it's gone on the eye socket, if it's not too late at least. If I'm lucky, just gently with my fingernail. I was not lucky. Although I might just be able to massage it away with a wet brush. Often works. No, okay, I'm just gonna have to paint over that. Tiniest little edge highlight. Well, not really highlight, but tiniest little bit of black just going over that bit of blue. Be chippy choppa chubba dooby dooby dabba dabba. Okay, and then we flick that up like that. Beautiful. Yeah, I like how that's turned out. I think that is everything that I wanted to get done with that guy. Let's have a look. Don't have any wet paint on my hands at all. No. Cool. What have we got? Did we just spend 4 hours painting just some glow effects? Yes, we did. Was it worth it? I think it's actually... Okay. Every time I paint, I say this, and I always surprise myself. take a step back from your work, guys. It looks so much better when you've like, if you've been slaving away at something for ages and you're not happy with it, just hold it like half a meter away and just look at it. It's in its entirety. That looks so fucking cool. Man. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about this section, but I love it. And then like the vents on his back as well. Ooh. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm really happy with this. That being said, I'm probably gonna call it here for the day. And also the inside of his mouth as well. Oh, fuck! Hang on, the mouth isn't quite finished. That's a good thing I double checked that. I said I was going to repaint his tongue. I'm not gonna repaint the tongue, but just this section where there's that streak of white paint on there, I'm just going to put a little bit of the blue fluoro paint on top of that, just so that it echoes the glow of the Psychic Scream a bit more, because right now that's just looking a little bit not right. There we are. That's what we want. I guess we'll run that the length of the tongue right back. And then the excess that I've got on the sides there, we'll just trim that a little bit. There we are. Okay, now I'm happy. So pull that back in focus now, and yeah. Man, okay. I'm super happy with how this has turned out. I was sort of dreading it, which is why it took me so long to actually come back and do the finishing touches on it. But I'm really happy with him. So all that's left for this dude now is going to be giving him a nice base. Which, who knows when I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that when I've painted enough tyranids to have, like, to play an army, and then I'll go, okay, time to give them bases now, just so that they look nice when they're together on the table. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here. Been going for, yeah, a bit over 4 hours now. That's a good stream time. So yeah. Thanks for hopping by, everybody. And yeah, I will catch you all later. I think the next stream will be the day after tomorrow, and then we'll do the day after that as well. But yeah, I will catch you all later. Bye-bye.